Exactly. I have $30 in my wallet right now. Suck it.
Okay, 10th grade. We're live. Doug, have a seat, please. Ninth grade, quiet down. Okay, let's have a word of prayer. Lord, we thank you for today. Thank you again for everything that you've done for us this week. And again, thank you for those trials, even though it's hard to say that because they do create some anxieties, and we just don't like the trials. But we thank you for them because they help us to grow stronger. And so just thank you for everything. Thank you for the blessings too. Help us today, Father, as we are in the middle of the week and as we're going to be sliding down basically into the weekend. Just help us to stay focused on the tasks before us this today and the rest of this week. Be with the students as they possibly have quizzes or tests or just their normal homework or whatever the case may be. Just pray that they will be diligent about their work and get it done and to stay on top of things. So we thank you in thy precious name. Amen. Okay. We didn't finish our lesson yesterday, or we didn't. Okay. Oh, that stupid TV. Hang on, DLs. We got TV, a stubborn TV here. Doesn't want to stay on, so gotta get it on. Shh. Okay, just because I'm not talking doesn't mean you need to start. Okay. Okay, before we get into this, let me just say, and DLs, if you're listening, that's great. Okay, hopefully you are. I don't see your names yet, but that's okay. Okay, there were some papers handed back to you today, or handed out to you today. They are papers that I just made a copy of every assignment short of the chapter notes that you did not or have not turned in. Okay? So those were even up to the latest assignment. Okay? So I was just covering my basis. And in case you happen to have lost the latest assignment, 10th grade, I just gave you another copy of it. Okay? So make sure that you get those done and get those turned in. And DLs, if there's anything that you're missing, I probably have gotten a copy for you too. So let's just communicate on that and make sure that we've got everything turned in. Giselle, I got some papers from you in my box. So I did get those, and so I'll be going through those and getting those graded also and getting back to you on those. But remember, we got only 4 weeks left of this grading period. So even though I gave you copies today, don't delay in getting the upcoming homeworks done. Stay on top of it, and you don't have to worry about it. Because I hope you can agree with me. For those that had several assignments that needed to get done, isn't it better? Don't you feel better that those are done now? Okay? Instead of having that list hanging over your head, having those zeros, and then your parents are wondering, why do you have zeros? Why this, why that? And now you can say, I've got those done. I'm all caught up. Or hopefully you can say that. Okay? So it's a whole lot better. if you can just stay up on top of things. You feel better about it. Your parents feel better about it. Mike feels better about it. Okay? I feel better about it. And then you don't have to hear me constantly say, so-and-so. Do you got your missing work done? Do you got your missing work done? Okay? So, get it in, and you'll be better for it. Okay. I was not anticipating Bible today, but that's okay. I was anticipating, since we had chapel last week, that we were going to have chapel this week. But that's what you get for assuming, and but that's okay. We've got it here. We're ready to go. Okay. I think this is what we talked about yesterday. Okay. Isn't it? Okay. We're on this one? One more? We finished talking about this?
Yeah.
Okay. I wrote the wrong thing down. Wrong slide. Keep going.
You already did concerning self and concerning the message of giving grace.
We did all of concerning self?
Yeah, we're down at like wisdom based on truth.
We already did wisdom based on truth.
Yeah,
Let's be obeyed.
you already did that one too.
Just trick kids, this is the only next one. Do it.
Good, Lens. Is this where we're at? All right. Sorry, DLs. This is where we're at now. Proverbs 3:24-28, still under the wisdom's actions illustrated in nature. By the way, Adrian, you had your hand up. I didn't answer your question. Did you have a question?
To get us issue,
Okay. Sorry about that. I was in my groove of talking, and so, okay. Okay. It's been a busy morning already. I got here at I got here at 20 to 7, and I've been busy since. I haven't stopped. So I haven't hardly even taken a breath yet. Been holding it for almost an hour, 2 hours, okay? Okay? Huh? Yeah. I needed to get all those copies done, so I had to come earlier. And I usually get here about 10 to 7 anyway, but I got here just a little bit earlier. And, but anyway, just see, I've got your back, okay? I got your back, man, okay?
It's better for you to sleep and breathe.
What?
It's better for you to sleep and breathe.
Better for me to sleep and breathe? Yeah, those are just, you know, things we just take for granted. I mean, who needs to do that, right? Okay, Proverbs 30:24-28 starts off this. There be 4 things which are little upon the earth, but they are exceedingly wise. You know where this is going. The ants are a people not strong, yet they prepare their meat in the summer. The conies, or the rabbits, are but a feeble folk, yet make their houses in the rocks. The locusts have no king, yet go they forth all of them by the bands. The spider taketh hold with her hands, and is in kings' palaces. Okay? So we're going to take these 4 categories, and we're going to talk about them. And you've heard the stories about most of these, especially this first one, the ants. Okay? The forethought and the preparation that they have. Small as they are, they want to survive the winter. Okay? They want to get things done. talking about, why not be like an ant and get your jobs done, okay? And then when it comes the season, of to get it in, it's already there to be pushed through the process, okay? And so the ants, they have the forethought, they have the preparation. It's not mighty, it's a little tiny creature, okay? Some are bigger than others, some are meaner than others, okay? But they're mighty. Because he's wise because he prepares. During those summer months, he carefully prepares for the winter so that he can survive. And it's not just for him, okay? Those little bodies don't eat that much. But they prepare for the hive or for the colony, okay? Winter, they don't go out. You don't see ants out in the wintertime. Now, here in California, you do, okay? Because it never gets cold here in California, okay? I know, hot and hot, okay? And rainy, and rainy. We have a rainy season, okay? Yeah, okay, okay. But in Colorado, about this time, the ants would be burrowing in, okay? Shh. Okay, but they carefully prepare for that winter, okay, to get their stock up. Same's true of wise men. They recognize the need. Okay, prepare now for your future, whatever that future is going to be. Okay, you don't have to prepare to be a doctor. You don't have to prepare to be a nurse. You don't have to prepare to be a lawyer. You don't have to prepare to be a Supreme Justice right now. But what you do prepare for is your life, which will lead into those other preparations later on. Okay? You're trying to develop the basis, the foundations for your life, and that's now, okay? Most of you haven't even really probably thought where you'd like to go to college yet. And right now, that's okay. Because you're only freshmen and sophomores. You still have at least 2 years of college, high school left, okay? Ricky? No. Yes. Okay? But even though you're not planning directly for a profession right now, you still are preparing to get to that location. Being diligent about your work, okay? If you're a doctor, or if you plan to be a doctor or a nurse, there's some major academics that need to go on, okay? You have your 4 plus 2 at least for a nurse, okay? Depends upon how high up in the ranks you want to go. For a doctor, you're looking at 8 years probably. And all of the testing, all of the learning of formulas, medicines, et cetera, et cetera. You can't just start that in college, okay? You can't, well, you can, but it's very tough. You can't just all of a sudden say, you know, I'm going to go to be a doctor. If you do, you're on a major uphill climb, okay? Why not get that hill lowered a little bit now? Take off some of the steepness of the hill and prepare for your future now. Okay? That's what it's all about. Getting yourself ready. Some of you may be preachers. Some of you may be preacher wives. Okay? You got to prepare for those roles. That's in your life. Okay? To do that. You're preparing your soul. The most important area of preparation is the matter of eternity. We've said it. We've talked about it. But we're going to continue talking about it. Because this is the most important thing. Is your eternity. Where will it be spent? The wise prepare while it is still summer, but laying up treasure in heaven. Okay? Your treasure in heaven starts with your salvation. Don't be a fool that says, I've got the rest of my life to do it. And when I get sick enough, and the doctor says I only have so much time to live, that's when I'll get saved. That's when I'll make this turn. Okay? Well, you can't predict that. Okay? It'd be kind of nice if we could, from a human perspective, if we could say, okay, I'm gonna be dying in 5 years, so I've got 4 and X amount of months to live. Okay? So I know it's coming, so I'm going to start doing things then. Okay? That would be one thing if we could do that. But we don't know. You may be traveling home today, and accident, heaven forbid you don't. But your family might get into a car accident and be in a head-on collision or something, and something you can't control. Okay? Or at lunchtime, you may choke on something and no one's around to give you the Heimlich maneuver. And so you choke to death in the classroom or on the grounds. Highly unlikely because someone would be around to call emergency or whatever, but you never know the circumstances. I don't know what's so funny about this. You don't know the circumstances. You don't know what's going to happen. Why not plan for the future, God's future, your eternity, and it starts right now. It starts with salvation. You got to prepare your heart. Where is your desire? Okay? The phrase goes like this. Shh. What does your gut tell you? What your gut tells you about something, shh, is totally different than what your heart tells you. Where's your heart? Amethyst? Your heart is going to help you prepare to avoid, because the desire to do what God wants you to do. Most of us are trapped by sin. And the reason we're trapped is because we allowed sin to get in. Okay? We did not prepare for sin. I'm so busy this morning I didn't even turn the air on. That tells you how busy I was. But we did not prepare for sin. Okay? You can't do that. You can't go through life and not prepare for Satan to do something. You got to expect it. Okay? You got to expect that Satan is going to come in with full guns, ready to blow you away with a sin. We're going to fall because we're human, because we're sinful. We got a sinful nature. We're going to fall. How far will you fall? Will you just stumble where you can get back up and proceed on with a life for God? Or are you going to fall so far down the valley and roll and roll and roll and roll where it's hard to get up that hill? Where did you prepare on top of the hill to not get down in the valley? I wish that I could take your life and prepare it for you. I can't. No one could do mine. It has to be a decision that you make. Now is the day to do that. I don't know if I've told this class or not. When I was a freshman in high school, your age, I wanted to be a preacher. Okay? I think I kind of wanted to do that because my brother was at the time. And so it looked good to me, that position. So I wanted to follow in his footsteps, but yet I at that time in my life, I felt that's what God wanted me to do. Seriously. Well, the more I got involved with education, and it all started by being a teacher's aide, okay? Not the grading of papers, but taking kids out for recess and etc., little kids. I gained the joy, the desire to be a teacher. And that was in my sophomore year. Okay? So see, I started when I was your age to prepare for what I was going to do. Okay? I had the benefit of knowing where I was going to go to college. Okay? Because in Colorado at that time there was a good Bible college. Okay? Merged with one in Iowa. Okay? But it was a good college. And some decisions along the way, I wished I would have made a better decision of choosing educational issues. Okay? But that's okay. That's nothing wrong with that. But my choice, my heart, was preparing for education when I was a sophomore. So my sophomore year, my junior year, my senior year, all were preparations to go to college to prepare to be a teacher. Okay? Because that's where I knew God wanted me to be. I had it in my heart that that's what I wanted to do for God. But we get trapped in by sin. And therefore we lose our focus. And when we lose our focus, we don't prepare for what's coming. Now's the day, guys. You're not too young. You may change your desires. God may change your desires. But why not start some path? A path of desire to serve God in whatever capacity you can. whatever capacity He wants you to serve. Do the preparation. Prepare ahead of time by arming yourself with the Bible verses. That's why we have memory verses, to help you prepare for what's there. You may not have a Bible on you at some time. And then someone comes up to you and confronts you on an issue. Are you prepared to give them an answer? You know, the Lord will bring these verses back into your mind if you put them there and put them in your heart. The Lord will bring those back to where you can talk on a logical sense, spiritual sense to someone. Where are you? We're going to leave it at this point today. But where are you putting? What are you preparing for? Okay? Seek God in your preparation. Okay? Let me encourage you to do that today. Academically, from a teacher's perspective, what are you preparing for? Are you preparing to get things done, to stay on top of things? Is that a goal for you today, for this year, for this week, for this year? Okay? Let's see what we can do. Trust God. Ask God to give you the strength and guidance. Okay? DLs, that's going to be it for today. Class, that's it for today. Got about 2 or 3 minutes left of class, period. So we shall see you in science.
or to contain internal punctuation. When the game was over, dash, what a game! We celebrated, dashes for emphasis. The time had come for Huss to stand before the council, dash, a council already predisposed against him. Okay, so that's kind of explaining or indicating emphatic or that they can contain internal punctuation. Okay, several members of his bowling team, Bill, Dave, and Sean, this isn't working. I don't know why it's not working, class, or distant learners. Sorry about that. All right. Number 2, use parentheses to enclose confidential comments to the reader and supplementary or explanatory information added merely for clarity. So this is kind of when you're explaining something. It's kind of like when you're talking, you kind of like read your thoughts, and that's what you would include in that parentheses, okay? Look at this example. His idea, do you think it was a good one? Was adopted by the committee. Do you think it was a good one? It's kind of like confidential comments or explanatory information that the speaker is kind of including within that sentence. Okay, look at number 2 or your second example. Today we studied ultraviolet light, invisible light, which has a wavelength shorter than visible violet light. Tomorrow we will study infrared light. Okay, invisible light, which has a wavelength shorter than visible violet light, is kind of explaining what ultraviolet light is, and in that sentence it's included within parentheses. Okay, hopefully this is making sense. Look at your notes. Okay, note, question marks and exclamation points go inside the closing parentheses when they apply to the parenthetical matter only. Commas, colons, and semicolons always go outside the closing parentheses. Okay, question marks go inside when they apply to the parenthetical expression. Commas, colons, and semicolons always go outside the parentheses, okay? And then periods are placed inside a closing parentheses only when the parentheses encloses a sentence that is not part of another sentence, okay? Look at your next note. Dashes, parentheses, and commas, these are all used to set off parenthetical elements. Parentheses or dashes emphasize, parentheses minimize, and then commas, they leave the element more closely connected to the sentence than others, okay? So we use commas to set off non-essential elements. We use commas to kind of explain different things, okay? Those are, we would use commas when we do want to include those within a sentence. Parentheses kind of minimize the importance of what is kind of grouped off. And then dashes, they emphasize elements within that sentence, okay? All right, let's look at exercise A. Add dashes and colons where needed. Okay, number 1, Mike Kratz, Seth Latham, and Bob Myers. These young men will play the lead roles in our high school production of William Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, okay? Avery, where would I put any dashes or colons? Good. You would include a dash after Myers. Okay, number 2, Jesse, while you have your toga on, Bob, would you, no, never mind. I don't think we have time. Where would you put your dash? I'm sorry? It is not fine. Where would we include a dash? No, you wouldn't include a dash there. Adrian, where would we include our dash? Before no, after you, okay? So it's kind of saying, Bob, while you have your toga on, would you? And then it's kind of like a change. No, never mind. That's where you would include your dash, okay? After Caesar's assassination, I well remember his famous last words, Brutus, Cassius, and the other conspirators unsuccessfully tried to justify their actions. Jeremiah, where would you include a dash? Okay, where else? Not after conspirators. Who can help him out? Where would I include that second dash? Austin?
Afterwards.
Good, afterwards, okay? So that's setting off the words, I well remember his famous last words. That's kind of like an insert in there, okay? Number 4, after Caesar's death, 3 men, Antony, Octavian, and Lepidus, formed the second triumvirate and defeated the conspirators at Philippi. Okay? Who can tell me that one? Ricky? Number 4. These dashes would kind of explain the following statement. So these 3 men, Antony, Octavian, and Lepidus, formed the second triumvirate and defeated the conspirators at Philippi. Okay. Okay, a dash after men and a dash after Lepidus, however you say his name. Okay, because that is explaining those 3 men and it's emphasizing who those men are. All right. Number 5, these are my favorite Shakespearean tragedies. Julius Caesar, King Lear, and Romeo and Juliet. Amethyst, what would I do in number 5? Good, I would put a colon after tragedies. Let's look at exercise B, okay? Add parentheses where needed. Maya, number 1, last night's recital of selections from C.S. Lewis, were you able to attend? Kindled my desire to read more of Lewis's works. Where would I put parentheses in there? Good, before were and after question mark, because that's kind of indicating an insert from, my thoughts, okay? That would be setting off confidential comments to the reader, different things like that, okay? Number 2, Matthew has a severe case of galomania, an unusual preference for anything French. He has in his bedroom at least 6 replicas of the Eiffel Tower. That's kind of weird, but Lacey, where would I put my parentheses in that sentence? Okay, before an and. Not after the colon. Remember colons, semicolons, and commas, they always go outside the parentheses. So that parentheses goes right after French before the colon, okay? Number 3, granite is composed of feldspar, quartz, hornblende, and mica. See illustration 14.1, page 19. Lena, number 3, where would I put my parentheses? Okay, Sophia, where would I put my parentheses? Good, before C and after 19. Number 4, during the Great Depression, the state of Mississippi started an economic development program called Balancing Agriculture with Industry, BAWI. Derek, where would I put my parentheses within that sentence? Not before balancing, okay? Balancing agriculture with industry is your development program. But who can help him out? Where would I put those parentheses? Austin?
Before the, then after the I.
Not before the, okay? I would put it around BAWI. Okay, remember my University of California, Los Angeles? And I put UCLA within parentheses. I would do the same thing for that and put BAWI in parentheses, okay? Number 5, Margaret Nicholson in her Dictionary of American English Usage, New York, Oxford University Press, 1957, says that the word ain't, used for isn't, is an illiteracy. Isaac, where would I put my parentheses? Before where? Not in. Okay, Margaret Nicholson in her Dictionary of American English Usage, New York, Oxford University Press, 1957, says the word ain't is used for, or isn't, is in illiteracy. Sophia, where would I put that? Good. Good. Number 5, I would put it before New York in 1957. That's also a footnote, or like it's citing or saying where it was published. So I would put that after usage, before New York, and then after 1957. Okay, the last exercise for today, exercise C. Add dashes, colons, and parentheses where needed. Number 1, Jeremiah. Where would I put any dashes, colons, or parentheses? Yep. Good. Colon after men. Mr. Hicks told each of us to write a report on one of these famous men. Colon right after men. Okay. Number 2, a flugelhorn, or have you seen one? Is a German bugle that is very similar to the cornet. Okay. Where would I put dashes, colons, or parentheses? Adrian? Okay, what would I put there? Okay, or a dash. Either or would work. Okay, parentheses before, have, after the question mark. Either parentheses or a dash. Okay, number 3, Fredericksburg, Chancellorsville, and Manassas. These were just a few of the Civil War landmarks that we visited on our trip to Washington, D.C. last summer. Jesse, where would I put dashes, colons, or parentheses? Not quite a colon. Who can help him out? Who can help him out? Gabby? A dash. A dash after Manassas, okay? Fredericksburg, Chancellorsville, and Manassas. Dash. These were just a few of the Civil War landmarks, okay? Number 4, when Ernie Pyle wrote his articles about World War II, and he wrote hundreds of them, he reported about the heroic feats of ordinary soldiers, not about great military strategy. Amethyst? Good. Parentheses in front of and after them, because that is a confidential comment to the reader, okay? That's not exactly needed within that sentence, but it is a confidential comment. That is your rule number 2 under parentheses, okay? Number 5, these were the last 3 states to enter the Union: Arizona, Alaska, and Hawaii. Adam? Sorry? Not after the. Good. After Union. All right. The colon is used to introduce the following states. Okay. Number 6. I don't want any of. Oh, all right. I'll try some of the spinach salad. Where would I put any dashes, colons, and parentheses? Austin.
A dash before
Good. A dash before O or after of. Good. Persepolis took years. Persepoli, I don't even know. Took years to build. It was completed by Artaxerxes the First, and workers were brought from all over the empire to do the job. Jaden, number 7. Where would I put any dashes, colons, or parentheses? Good. Before it and after the first, okay? Would my comma be inside or outside the parentheses, class? Outside. Good. Number 8, Babylon, see illustration B, page 30, was one of the most beautiful cities of all time, but it was also one of the most corrupt. Lacey? Good. Parentheses before C and after 130. Was that it? Yes, that was it. Good. And number 9, the kinds of divisions or distinctive characteristics that men in history have fought and died for. These are the things that make nations. You would put a dash after 4, okay? A dash after 4 in number 9, all right? Tomorrow we will review page 58. There's no homework tonight in grammar, but let's go ahead and look at our homework from yesterday, okay? Page 54, exercise D, and 55, exercise E. Okay, and last night we did,
Accent evens on C.
okay, well, that's fine. Let's,
Odds only.
yeah, let's look at the odds, all
I
right?
did all of them.
Good. Okay, number 1, cross out each incorrect word in the parentheses, rules 2 to 3. Number 1, let's start with Isaac and then work our way around. What did you do for number 1?
Crossed out the first is,
Good,
then crossed out the second word,
good,
and then crossed out the first word.
good. Cross out the first it's, cross out the second yours, cross out the first whose, okay? Number 3, Lacey. No, the first one you cross out the first it's, second one you cross out the second yours, third one you cross out the first whose. Okay, number 3, Lacey. Okay, yes on the second somebody's, but you do want to include a apostrophe in the word don't. Okay, so always include the word or an apostrophe in a contraction like that, okay? Number 5, Sophia. Good. Cross out the first it's, okay? If a task is once begun, never leave until it is done. It's is a contraction with the apostrophe S standing for it is. Okay, number 7, Lena. What would I cross out? You said the first? Good. Cross out the first hour or second hours. Cross out the second it's, and then cross out the first anybody's, okay? Number 9, Jeremiah. Good. Cross out the second no one's. You do want to include the apostrophe there. Then cross out the second it's. That's when you don't want to include the apostrophe there because it's showing possession, okay? It's not saying from it is predicament. It's saying from its predicament, okay? Exercise E, number 1, Amethyst.
Cross out the apostrophe after Hamilton and put it in between the N and the S, and then put an apostrophe between 0 and 1800.
Okay, you don't actually have to put an apostrophe in 1800s because it's not showing possession or anything like that. It's not saying 1800s is, it's just saying 1800s. But yes, you would put the apostrophe before the S in Hamilton's, okay? Number 3, Derek.
Apostrophe after the N in Evans and after the R in
Okay, not exactly. You would put the apostrophe after the S because prosecutors is plural, so you would put the apostrophe after the S. Evans, you would do an apostrophe S. And then the first one, witnesses, you would include an apostrophe after the S in witnesses because it is plural and it's talking about their testimony, okay? Number 5, Doug. Okay.
cross out UR and put your.
Good.
And then put in apostrophe after
And.
That's it.
Okay, you would put an apostrophe after the symbol and. So it's the symbol apostrophe S, the word and apostrophe S, and then Potts's, because her last name is Potts. So you would include an apostrophe S after that because it's just one Mrs. Pot or Miss Potts, okay? You would put an apostrophe between the N and the T in wouldn't, an apostrophe after the symbol and before the S, apostrophe after the word and before the S, change UR to your without an apostrophe RE, And then Potts would be Potts apostrophe S, because Potts is her last name. She's just one Miss Potts, so you do Pottses. Okay. Number 7, Adam.
Apostrophe S and laws.
Good. Class.
Apostrophe over hasn't.
Good.
Apostrophe over it.
Good. Apostrophe after laws. LWA apostrophe S. Apostrophe in hasn't. Apostrophe in its. Apostrophe before the S in dogs. And then an apostrophe before the S in humans. Number 9, Austin.
Apostrophe S on Andrea.
Good.
And
Are there any contractions in there?
an apostrophe between the N and the T.
Good. Apostrophe S after Andrea's class. Doug. Okay. Apostrophe S in Andrea's. Apostrophe in between the N and the T in won't. Okay. Almost done. Number 11, Adrian.
Apostrophe, like in haven't.
Good.
In Hudson's it would be S apostrophe,
Good.
and you take out the apostrophe in his.
Good. Take out the apostrophe in his. Put an apostrophe in haven't. Do an S and apostrophe in Hudson's. Number 13, Ricky.
Instead of his with the apostrophe, it would just be his, right?
Good.
And then,
We're talking about whose feet?
oh, Jesus will be apostrophe there.
Just an apostrophe, okay? Number 15, Maya, the last one. Not in the tragedies, just in the Euripides, okay? An apostrophe, and then no apostrophe in the word Greeks, okay? All right, class, that's it for today. Have a good Wednesday with no homework. But for those of you who did not read your story, class, Adrian, guys, really quickly, for those of you who did not read your homework, make sure you do. We will have this reading quiz tomorrow. Oops.
What's up? Thank you for letting me know, Lena. All right, hello, distant learners. Good to see you. Make sure you're letting me know if you are here. Throw your name in the chat so I can see that. We're going to begin here shortly. First, we're going to pray. Any prayer requests? What was the last part? Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Okay, so practices.
My grandpa and aunt got COVID.
Family, grandpa and aunt. Grandpa and aunt. Shh, should be no talking. Hey, you should be listening to your classmates' prayer requests because maybe you could pray for them as well. Adrian, turn around. Gabby's grandpa and aunt with COVID. Sophia's practice. Doug, you had your hand raised? For basketball, for us to be able to get better together. Any other prayer requests?
My grandpa's side of the family, their morning walk with the Disney.
Your grandpa lost a niece?
Yeah.
All right, we'll pray for your family and stuff for there. Any other prayer requests? I'll try to remember all of them. If I don't hate me. I'll just pray again. All right, let's pray real quick. Should be no talking. Dear Father, Lord, thank you for this beautiful day. Thank you that we're able to be here in person or via live stream. Thank you for all the kids, Lord, and safety that we've had so far. But as other sickness seasons are coming up, Lord, please keep us safe. Keep us mindful of what we're doing, to be careful. I know it's easy to just want to get back to normal, but please just allow us to be able to respect the rules and just do our best with those. Please help all of our prayer requests we had today. Please help Sophia in her practices, Lord, as some all-star things are coming up. Please protect her with injuries. Keep her healthy, Lord, and focus for that. Please help Gabby and her family, her grandpa and aunt, Lord, as they have COVID. And we know a lot of people that have recovered from that. But we do also know some that haven't, Lord. So please just have your hand of comfort and hand of healing as a great physician to protect them and to heal them, if it be your will, Lord, and comfort the family. Give them peace about whatever may happen, but to them to be able to spend time together, whatever may happen, Lord. But please be there in protection and comfort. Also, please help Doug, and please help his prayer requests for the basketball teams, for us to be able to get better together, work hard together in practice and out, and be able to have a great season, make memories, have fun, but also be able to make some accomplishments as well. Also, please help Isaac, his grandpa's side of the family, Lord, as they had a passing niece, and how a lot of us, we know that feeling of a family member passing, as my uncle passed not too long ago as well. And our heart's out there for their parents, their siblings, Lord. So please comfort them in this time. Please show them, hey, if they don't know you, show them yourself, Lord. Show them that you are a great God, that you do still love, even in times of trouble, that you do still care and protect and give comfort and peace and strength, Lord. Please help us be able to be that light and be able to be a light for you to these people if they don't know you. Please bless the rest of our days and rest of our week, Lord, as we're almost done, halfway done, Lord. Please give us wisdom and an ear to listen for today's lesson. In Jesus' name, amen. All right. Again, make sure you turn in your homework. Distant learners, you can send that to me so I can get that graded. Make sure you turn in those in. If I'm not getting homework from distant learners, or what's up, Andrew, Yuvia, Giselle, if you guys are all there, hopefully you're doing well. Make sure you turn in that homework or else you guys don't receive credit as well. Same as people in the classroom. Yes, ma'am? Your math homework, you can wait till after history class. All right. So here we go. Yesterday we talked about what? Adrian Mascon, turn around. Rick, turn around. Face forward. All right, what did we talk about yesterday? Someone raise your hand, tell me one thing.
Africa.
The first thing we talked about. The dark continent. What does the dark continent mean?
Because it was unexplored for a long time.
It was unexplored and it didn't have any written history at the time. Good. Shh. I'm all for talking, but not while I'm talking. All right, we talked about some geographical places. One's already up there, so obviously it's the Sahara, but give me a few more. Atlas Mountains. Mount Kilimanjaro. I said those. Kalahari Desert. Shh. The Great Rift Valley. We also had, we had some lakes. What were some lakes we talked about? Lake Victoria. What was the harder one to say? Tanganyika. Okay, we have the Nile, obviously. That's in Egypt, East Africa. The Congo River, the Orange. Those are some things we talked about today. We're going to be jumping right in where we left off.
Wait, was that 8 just censored?
Huh? It was.
That 8 picture was censored?
It was. Again, I'm sorry, these aren't my slides. I haven't had time to do all my classes' new slides yet. Hopefully, after Christmas, there will be new ones. All right, here we go. Okay, we're jumping right in where we left off. Okay, we're going to be talking about the highlights of African history. So maybe some people, obviously some things in the Bible, right? And moving some highlights and important parts of the African culture and history. Okay, so African history began shortly after the flood with the descendants of Ham, right? Remember we had Tower of Babel, people dispersing. We also had the flood, Noah and his family, and they dispersed all of his sons. Okay, with this, in the back left. Okay, with this we're having Ham's sons, Mizraim, Phut, and Cush, migrated to Africa from Babel. Okay, so these three, Ham's sons, they were descendants that migrated to Africa from Babel, the Mesopotamia area. Okay, Mizraim, more specifically, is the son that settled in Egypt. And as the continent became more populated, Egyptian culture, or with Egyptian culture, tradition, and religion, it spread to the rest of Africa. Guys, sit up, pay attention, no more talking. I don't want to have to hand out demerits for something silly like that. We're 9th and 10th graders. Okay? Again, this is Mizraim. Next one. Okay, we have Phut's sons settled in the region that is now the Sahara Desert. So this is more in the Bible known as Libya or Put. Okay, so right west of Egypt, we have Libya. Okay, this is where they would have migrated to. Okay, the Sahara, which is today is about as large as the continent of the United States, has not always been a bleak, barren desert. In very early times, the Sahara was green and fertile. Many streams carried life-giving water through its grassy valleys, making it a natural habitat for the wide variety of such exotic animals such as elephants, giraffes, rhinoceroses, ostrich. Okay, tribesmen similar to the residents of Africa's west coast inhabited the region and made their livelihood by hunting, farming, and herding animals. So the Sahara Desert was not always known as the Sahara Desert. It wasn't always a desert. Maybe after the flood, the land might have been nutritious, but obviously since it's hot and geography kind of changed, it would have dried up and animals would have migrated somewhere else. People would probably move to areas that were better. Okay, with this though, with these people in this land of Phut, we're going to see skilled artisans and craftsmen. Skilled artisans and craftsmen. I don't want to have that up there yet. Sorry. Okay, these early African people painted scenes from everyday life on the rocks of the Sahara. Their artwork, which still exists today, shows that the early Africans made musical instruments, baskets, poultry, pottery, jewelry, and and they also used domesticated cattle, goats, and sheep, and had a well-organized economic, political, and social environment in life. They were especially known for their skill with the bow and arrow. You might want to write that down as a side note. They're known for the bow and arrow. The name Phut means a bow. Okay, men from Phut served as mercenaries in the armies of the Middle Eastern kingdoms. Mercenaries, yes sir.
So was it just like randomly in the middle of the desert?
It wasn't randomly in the middle of the desert, but it was like a land. What do you mean, like where they lived, Libya?
Like in the middle of the desert? Like,
Their country as a whole, it'd be west of Africa. Okay, so obviously people aren't living where it's inhabitable, but the country as a whole, yes, so there's going to be lots of desert in that area. Okay, again, with this, they were known for bows and arrows. They were mercenaries because of this, because they were skilled at this thing. If you're good at archery, right? Amethyst, please stop. Okay, with this, if you're good at shooting a bow and arrow, don't you think that would be a good skill that you would want in fighting hand-to-hand combat? Oh, if I could kill someone or defeat someone from a distance, I don't have to get killed, right? That's something people would want. Okay, certainly at this day and age, or in that day and age. Okay, because of this, we're going to see that people would employ the Libyan bowmen, and they also would learn the art of archery from them. So as the Sahara began drying up, so again, it wasn't always dry, but as it began to dry up, and as other people overcame these people in battle, these early Africans moved southward to the northern savannah, which is the large grassland region just south of the Sahara. Okay, so we've talked about the first son, which was who? No, the first one. He inhabited Egypt. Mizraim. Then we talked about which inhabited the country of? We just talked. It's on the screen, guys. Sahara Desert, but country of Libya area. They were known for bowsmen. Okay, now we're talking about the last one, which is the land of Cush, or Cush. Okay, the high descent, or the descendants of Ham's oldest son, Cush, came from the greatest ancient civilization in Africa's interior, the kingdom of Cush, also spelled K-U-S-H. Okay, Cush was located west of the Red Sea, along the Upper Nile, south of the first cataract. Okay, this is modern day Sudan. Okay, for nearly 1,000 years, Cushite merchants sent caravans, so like traders, okay, laden with gold, ivory, precious stones, and works of art to trade with the Egyptians and other African people. Okay, and at one time, a Cushite warrior named Pianki, give me 1 second, I don't know why. There we go.
That was like a very concerned person.
All right, there we go. Pianki. You need to go back? There you go. Yep. Yes, ma'am. Yes, you use the bathroom quickly.
I asked your wife this, but what are you going to be for Halloween?
Whatever my wife wants me to be.
Looks like you're going to be Sully. Hey, yeah, what a gentleman, what a gentleman.
Oldest saying, but still true. Happy wife, happy life, man. All right, here we go. Shh, keep on going. Okay, so we have this man, Pianki. Okay, everyone ready? Pianki, he was a Cushite warrior who overcame Egypt and began a period of Sudanese rule over Egypt. Remember how we talked about the Egyptians, right? They ruled, but then for a long time, they were ruled by what? No, they're ruled by outside powers, other nations, other people, right? Egypt never ruled themselves. Okay, this is one of those times. Okay, the Egyptians could expel the Sudanese only with the Assyrian help. Again, even Egypt couldn't do it themselves. They had to get help, so they still didn't rule themselves even when the Assyrians came and helped. Okay, we're going to talk about some famous Cushites that maybe we've heard of, maybe not. In ancient times, Cush was often called Nubia. Give you guys a second to write it down. Does anyone still need it up there? You're okay? Keep on writing. What do you mean you lost your notes? Dude. All right, I think I got an extra set. You'll just have to write down and get the rest from someone else. Shh. Should be no talking. Give me 1 second as I'm going to give Austin some more notes. Oh, let me guess. You lost yours too, huh? Well, why would you do that? Oh, yeah. I'm just kidding. Why did you do that, dude? They're going to be a little dented, bro. They're out of order, too. Let me see if I can find one in order. Shh. No talking as I'm trying to... They were scrambled in my backpack, so let me try to figure this out. Okay. What's up?
It's a really long, collar button.
It is. It is. I don't know why it's like this, but it's a 3-buttoner. It's a 4-buttoner. That's crazy, man. Quickly. There you go. All right, here we go. I might have a full set right here, so I'll trade you. Oh. All right, here, you can have these. Don't lose these. All right, let's pick up. Sorry, I had to give Austin and Adrian some new notes. How come it's not on that screen? Sorry, distant learner. I don't know why. Give me 1 second. Screen and teacher. There we go. Hopefully that helps. Sorry they weren't up there. I thought they were. Wasn't paying attention. All right. So we're talking about these special things that were famous, or the Cushites were famous for. Okay. The first thing is that in ancient times, Cush was known as, what did I say?
Kush with a K.
No. Nubia, or what you would probably be more familiar with is Ethiopia. This is other names for Cush. Okay, although it was located north and west of present-day Ethiopia, the Ethiopians mentioned in the Bible were Nubians or Cushites. Okay, so anytime you see Ethiopians, that kind of stuff, these are the people of the Cushites. Two interesting scriptural accounts record the kindness and the faith of certain ancient Cushites. The Cushite by the name of Ebed-Melech, which is a Cushite who helped the prophet Jeremiah when he was cast into prison by King Zedekiah of Judah. Okay, so Ebed-Melech, he's a Cushite who helped the prophet Jeremiah, which obviously Jeremiah is known for writing the book of Jeremiah. Wow. And some of Lamentations. Okay, he was a prophet used by God, so you don't want to know this this Cushite's name. Shh, too much talking, guys. You are going to get demerits for talking. Please be quiet. Okay, and we can see this in the Bible in Jeremiah 38, 6 through 13, and Jeremiah 39, 16 through 18. If you want to write those down by the notes, you don't have to have them, just in case. Okay, perhaps the most famous Cushite in world history was, the verses were Jeremiah 38, 6 through 13, and Jeremiah 39, 16 through 18. Okay? Probably not on the test, but maybe it'll be bonus or something. Okay, maybe one of the most known person to us that we would know from this Ethiopian area would be who? Mentioned in the Bible.
Oh, the one Ethiopian eunuch.
Yes, okay, good. I thought someone was going to try to say a name. We don't really know the name. Okay, but the story where God sent Philip to talk to this Ethiopian eunuch. Right? Okay, if you guys don't know the story, quick summary. Okay, you have this Ethiopian eunuch, whether it shows a picture of a chariot, but maybe he's riding a horse or he's on his chariot, he's traveling on this road, kind of no one around, not even close. He's traveling to a place. Okay, and as he's traveling, he's reading maybe the script or this record of history or maybe something from the Bible, and he's like kind of trying to talk to God, but he doesn't really understand. He's like, man, I don't understand this. I want to understand. I want to know or understand maybe who God is, what this is trying to say. Okay, but he didn't know. So God sent Philip. Okay, it was a miracle. Philip was one place. So imagine you're walking in the city, you're about to go get lunch. Okay, this isn't exactly how it happened. But imagine, say, I'm going to get lunch, and then poof, and I'm like in the middle of the desert, and I see a chariot coming at me. Okay, wouldn't that be pretty freaky? I mean, I would be scared. I'd be like, what in the world is going on? Okay, but Philip took it as maybe it was a mission from God. So Philip was used by God to tell this Ethiopian eunuch what the Bible or what he was reading was saying. Okay? But to know about this, he is the first African on record to become a Christian. For many centuries, there was a thriving Christian church in Egypt and Sudan. This is all from the Ethiopian eunuch and Philip. And this is recorded in Acts 8:26 through 40. Okay, you don't need to know that, but just if you want to go read it, amethyst. Okay, this Cushite, the first African to be on record to become a Christian, carried the gospel of Christ back to his native country. Acts 8:26 to 40. Okay, again, this is Bible. That's for you to know the Bible telling it. Guys, I'm going to have to give you demerits. Please stop talking. Okay, again, so this Ethiopian eunuch carried the gospel of Christ. He was the first Christian, carried it maybe back to his tribe or back to his people, back to where he had lived, his native land. For many centuries, there was a thriving Christian church, again, in the land of Egypt and Sudan. Okay, so that's some people, some highlight people that we talked about. Okay, one, obviously starting the kingdom of Cush, we have Pianki. Okay, some famous Cushites. We have the land of Cushite is Nubia, but we have Ebed-Melech, who helped which prophet? Or Ebed-Melech helped Jeremiah. And then we have who? Still on the screen. Ethiopian eunuch, some highlighted people. All right, now we're going to see some known mountainous regions in Ethiopia. Okay, the first one is Sebeye, or however you say it. I'm sorry if I'm not saying it right. This is east of Cush. It lays Sebeye. This is one of the most mountainous regions of Africa and the location of modern Ethiopia. It was formerly known as Abyssinia, which is the former name of Ethiopia. Sabeye.
Ethiopia's still a thing, right?
Yes. Sabeye was also known as the Seba and the kingdom of Aksum. Okay, some of the people who dwelt there were Cushites and others were Semites who had crossed the Red Sea from Sheba in the Arabian Peninsula. Okay, so know this mountainous region. The Abyssinia is a former name of Ethiopia, and know about the Sebeye was also known as the Seba and the kingdom of Aksum. Okay, this is going to lead, so these people of Cushites and Semites cross the Red Sea from Sheba, and we're going to see the Queen of Sheba. Adrian, put them away, grab your pen or pencil, do your notes. Okay, we're going to see the Queen of Sheba.
She also summoned.
She came from either Eastern Africa or Southwestern Arabia. Okay, we don't exactly know, but she came from one of those. She brought gold, precious stones, and costly spices to tribute to King Solomon. That's how we know of her in Jerusalem. She came from either, again, as Eastern Africa or Southwestern Arabia. Okay, that's why we know of her. Okay, it's not because we know of her land, because maybe she was one of the princesses or people that King Solomon might have married or allowed to join. So there is an alliance between them. So we know a little bit of them. We don't really know who it is, but we know of them because of that. Trying to build that alliance. Okay, with this mountainous region, we're going to see how the Ethiopian had an Orthodox church. Okay, the ancient, talking about this kingdom of Aksum, which is in what mountainous region?
Oh, it's not,
Sebeye, or however you say it, Sebeye. Okay, this Aksum, kingdom of Aksum, had formed a Christianity as its official religion beginning about AD 300, when two Christian youths from Rome, Odysseus and Frumentius, were shipwrecked and taken to Ethiopia as slaves. So these two basically philosophers or Christians shipwrecked and were taken to this land that brought Christianity to the people of Ethiopia. Later on, also we had Philip. Put the lotion away.
do you need some for your hands?
No, my hands are great. Shh. Okay, so we have Odysseus and Frumentius. Guys, I'm serious. You guys are all going to start getting demerits that are talking. Okay, we can talk, we can have fun, but while I'm teaching, No talking unless it's a question. Okay, they were shipwrecked and taken to Ethiopia as slaves. They preached the gospel in the court of King Ezana. And so many people accepted Christianity, and Frumentius was permitted to travel to Egypt and request the help of other Christian preachers and teachers. So because of them, while they're slaves preaching the gospel and so many people getting saved, Frumentius maybe sit up, Austin, so you can write better instead of slouching. Okay, so because Odysseus, they became slaves, and the gospel, they preached it to this king and to this land, and because they became trusted by these people, okay, Frumentius became the first bishop of this Ethiopian Christian church. They allowed him to go back to the land of Egypt to get more Christians or people to be able to preach and teach the gospel to them. Yes, sir?
Were they Catholic?
Most likely some sort of Catholic. Obviously back then there weren't quite yet specific, there were, but not quite yet like today's society religions. It was kind of like more mixed, you know what I'm saying? But yes, it'd be more like our present day Catholic Church. A little bit. Okay, but more, not quite following like the Pope as it is now. It was kind of still based more on the Bible still. So it wasn't quite like we know Catholic, but
Catholic Church was kind of like a combination of 3 different religions.
yep. So obviously it's way different way back then. Okay, but with this, okay, we're going to see Ethiopian Christians. Okay, they built the highland strongholds and defended their faith and way of life against fierce Muslim invaders during the Middle Ages. They were cut off from the mainstream Christianity until after 1520. So these Ethiopian Christians, instead of having communication and ability to learn from these other travelers, remember Frumentius was getting other people to come down. Okay, because of these wars going on between the Muslims and Christians and all those wars going on, they were cut off. They weren't able to have communication. They weren't able to learn more. So we're going to see them get lost a little bit in that. Okay, so from their like I said, Muslim invaders, with the fall of Egypt to Islam in AD 642, Ethiopia was cut off from this mainstream until Portuguese explorers and missionaries came to central Ethiopia after 1520. Okay, so this was way back. So it was cut off in 642 AD. So about 900 years later, as Portuguese people and travelers, explorers, and missionaries came. So 900 years they were kind of without guidance. Okay, they had what they had, but maybe they drew away from it. They kind of forgot about Christianity. Okay, for 900 years. This is going to lead us to the early Christianity in North Africa. Okay, when the gospel began to permeate the Mediterranean world during the 1st century AD, Rome ruled almost all of northern Africa. Such cities as Alexandria, Egypt, Cyrene, Libya, Carthage, Tunisia. Okay, so during this 1st century BC, Rome ruled almost all of this northern Africa. Okay, and we're almost done for today, so please pay attention, we will be done. All right, so these lands are the lands that Rome ruled. Okay, so because they ruled them in Rome, a lot of Christianity began, obviously through Jesus and other apostles in the Bible. Yes, sir. Quickly. Okay, we're going to see, because they're important places, we're going to see this man of importance named Simon of Cyrene. Simon of Cyrene, who was the man who was compelled by the Romans to carry the cross for Jesus. His sons, Alexander and Rufus, were important members in the church in Rome. Okay? So he's a man of importance because he carried Jesus' cross. But later on in history, his sons, Alexander and Rufus, will be well-known people in the Church of Rome. And we can see that in Mark 15:21 and Romans 16:13. Okay, remember we talked about a city or area in the time of Egypt, and we said, hey, it's not going to be really important yet, but it's going to become important later. You guys remember what city that was?
Carthage.
Carthage. Okay, so we have one more note, sorry.
Can you go back?
Yes. Okay, so this land of Carthage, okay, was going to become very important. Okay, Carthage was the city of the great early church fathers. Okay, so we're going to see Carthage becoming this great, or the city for the great early church leaders. You guys ready? Austin, you ready? These leaders of Tertullian and Cyprian. They were the Christian leaders from Carthage who were martyred for their faith. Okay, both of these men, again, were martyred for their faith because of what they believed. Obviously, people just didn't like it. They didn't want it, so they martyred. Do we know what martyr means?
Oh, it means you're somebody who's killed for their faith or something that they believe in.
Done? Done? I heard you, yes. Thank you. All right. Okay, with that, moving on. Okay, we see they were martyred, but Alexandria was the home, so that was in Carthage. Alexandria was the home of the theologians. So we know Clement and Origen, or Origen. We have Clement and Origen. These are the theologians from Alexandria. We know Clement by his hymn, Shepherd of the Tender Youth. Give you guys a second to write that down. We know Clement by his hymn, Shepherd of the Tender Youth. This is the oldest surviving Christian hymn. It was written by the theologian Clement.
That's an ugly name. Shepherd of tender youth.
Yeah, it sounds very weird. Not a present-day thing we would use.
It sounds like
Like creepy. All right. So moving on, okay, so we have these people, these different people in different cities. But we're talking about the two greatest North African Christians. Okay, the two greatest North African Christians, which are Athanasius of Alexandria and Augustine of Hippo. These are the two greatest North African Christians.
What kind of city is Hippo? Your name is Hippo.
I don't know.
Did you ever play Hungry Hungry Hippos when you were a kid?
No. I know what it is, but no. I never personally played it, but I do know what it is. All right, just a few more notes. Go back for Austin. Come on, Austin. Get that hand moving. I don't know, it's something they had on the internet. Maybe he was like that in real life. I don't know. He was a theologian. He had a big brain, maybe. I don't know. All right, back to this one, okay? These are the two great... Shh. Come on, Austin. Write it down, man. All right, we have these two greatest North African Christians. I have to wait for some people to write this one down as well. Okay, Athanasius was the eloquent and impassioned spokesman for the deity of Christ and the doctrine of Trinity at the Council of Nicaea. Okay, so that's what Athanasius is known for. He was the spokesman for what two things? The deity of Christ and the...
it's not on the screen.
I know. It's what I just said. Not everything's on the screen. What is he known for? I just said it. Come on. We got to pay attention. He's known for... First one was deity of the Christ, Athanasius. The second one was the teaching of the... Starts with the letter T. Talks about the God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. Trinity. There we go. All right. Good job. There you go. Shouldn't be applauding yourselves. All right. That was taught by who? Which one out of the two talked about that? The one that's up there. All right, If the nicest, no, that one's not on a slide. It's just a side note. Well, it is in a second. Okay, it is in a second. I'm waiting for Austin right now. I'm sorry. But with the time, we're just going to be done for now. Sorry I lost track of time a little bit, but we're trying to get through some of the notes because we are supposed to have a test on Friday. I don't know if that's going to happen because we didn't have school Monday, so we might have to move that test. Okay, so we'll stop there. Wednesday, there is no homework. But do not leave. But everyone stay in your seats. We are supposed to have a quiz tomorrow. Let me check out the quiz. I haven't looked at it yet. Shh, quiet. Let me check out the quiz, see if you guys will be ready for it or not. No, you guys will not be ready. So this is what's going to happen. The quiz is going to be moved to Friday. We'll finish the notes tomorrow, study for the quiz, have the quiz Friday. After the quiz on Friday, we'll probably take the quiz. Then we're going to review for the test. And the test, which I don't really love giving, the test will be on Monday. Okay? So we're going to review for it. We're going to have a Monday test. I'm not a Monday test person. I don't like giving them, and I don't like taking them. But we didn't have school Monday, so it threw us off a day. All right, threw us off a day. So you were lucky to have a day off, but you're unlucky to have a Monday test.
Let us review on Monday.
No. Well, what would we do on Friday?
We'll finish our notes on Friday. And then
No, our notes are already done. We have a quiz on Friday.
these notes aren't done yet.
They will be, though. They will be. All right. Yes, sir. I know. It did that. It keeps on doing it on your guys's. Probably. There aren't that many notes. All right, distant learners, if you have any questions, let me know. If you guys missed something, let me know. I'll get that quiz to you when we take it. Again, the schedule will be changed just a little bit. Let me know if you guys have any questions. Hope you're doing well.
All right, as we get started here this morning, make sure that you guys, distance learners, please make sure that you guys are taking quiz 6. That has been sent to you via My School Works. So you guys are taking quiz 6 while we take it here in the classroom, and then I'll be back in just a few minutes to begin working on 2.2. Why? Why would you do that? Okay. All right, we're on exercises 1.27, number 8. We're on page 43. Just want to finish up this problem that I wasn't able to finish up yesterday. So we're on number 8. I just reused this slide because it had blank space. We have this diagram, and we're told that BO bisects angle AOC, and that DO bisects angle COE. Okay? And that's what we're told, and we're to show that angle BOD is a right angle. That's the goal. So let's go through this one piece at a time here. Well, if BO bisects angle AOC, then angle, let's see here, AOB must equal angle BOC, right?
Let's say, is that a what? BOD is a what?
Is a right angle. That's RT. It's kind of shaky on this right now. All right. Then, if DO bisects COE, then that means angle COD must equal angle DOE, right? Yes, no, maybe?
I have no idea what's going on. I'm just writing all this down.
Okay. Douglas. All right, so we have these two angles equal because that's what bisect means. Okay? Then, if I go all the way across, I know that angle AOB plus angle BOC plus angle COD, it's an angle, by the way, plus angle DOE must equal a straight angle.
How come you have to draw this like that with little lines?
I draw the arc because otherwise it starts to look like a C or something when I'm trying to draw on the screen. So you don't have to, as long as you can make your angles more angular. That made sense in my head. Okay, but does that make sense? You all follow me? Because it's all on one side of a line, so it has to equal a straight angle, right? Okay. Well, BOC is angle AOB, so I have 2 of angle AOB.
Wait, equals straight angle?
Yes, equals a straight angle. And then DOE is just angle COE, so I have 2 of angle COD.
So there are 2 angle AOBs. Is that what says 2 AOBs?
Yes. Oops, I grabbed the wrong one. Hold on. We're going to go through. Yeah, instead of AOB here, we should have BOC. Technically, both are correct, but AOB is BOC, so it doesn't matter. So I'm choosing to write BOC. Okay, does that make sense?
Yes.
Because AOB and BOC are the same thing, right? They're equal?
They're all equal. They're all points of the
No, they're not. No, you can't judge it based on that. Just bear with me. It's not equal parts. Otherwise, yes, that would make things a lot easier. Okay, then, all right, now, BOC plus COD would equal BOD, right? BOC plus COD equals BOD. So 2, because I can factor that out, angle BOD is equal to a straight angle. In other words, then, angle BOD is equal to half a straight angle. What's half a straight angle?
Right angle.
Yep. All right, so that's how we show that. That's actually informally a proof. Okay, that's all we're doing. That's the entire goal.
Really?
Well, yes. No.
Come on, we only have 10 minutes to learn 3.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to go through Theorem 1 and get us right back on plan. This is chemistry. Where's my iPad?
You want to look at the rest of them? Look, this is number 3's diagram. This is
All right,
number 4,
guys.
And then number 8.
There it is. I'm good at hiding things from myself. All right, go on to 2.2, please. I want to go through the first proof today. Page 47 of your text, page 32 of your supplement.
Are proofs really the hardest thing to learn?
They take a while to get good at.
Oh.
It's not hard to learn them, and I don't want to undersell it, but I don't want to oversell it either. It's one of those things that it's not hard to learn the concept of what we're trying to do. It takes a long time to master it. Okay? Make sense?
Was it hard for you when you first learned?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, it was one of the hardest things I had to learn in math.
And you're a genius, aren't you? Like you're a certified genius.
Okay, moving on. I was never officially tested, but we're moving on. All right, so we talked about our 4 parts of a proof, where our proof has to be based on given, definition, axiom, postulate, or theorem. This is where we left off yesterday. So now let's go into 2.2 and apply all this to theorem 1. All right, so first of all, just let's define something. Rectilinear plane figures are geometric figures which are bound by straight lines, whoops, that should have an S, and which lie in a plane. Okay, so they are bound by straight lines and which lie in a plane. So when we say rectilinear plane figures, which is basically the title of the chapter, that's why we're bringing it up, this is what we mean. Okay, straight line figures in a plane. Now, theorem 1 states, hold on, I don't have the proof on here, do it? No. Okay. 2 triangles are congruent if 2 sides and the included angle of one are equal respectively to 2 sides and the included angle of the other. We abbreviate this condition as SAS. Notice it is in caps. That does matter. Okay? We're going to learn later cases in lowercase, or cases in lowercase. That makes sense. We're going to learn later about scenarios that will be in lowercase, and I'll explain the difference when we get there. So right now, just know this is caps SAS. Okay? It has nothing to do with the British service. All right. If you understand what I'm talking about. Anyway, moving on. Given. You are given 2 triangles, ABC and DEF, with AB equal to DE. Notice the double tick marks in the diagram. AC is equal to DF. Notice the single tick marks in the diagram. And angle A is equal to angle D. We are to prove these 2 triangles are in fact congruent. Now, the method I'm going to use in this proof is not a method we will use commonly. These first few proofs are going to rely on us actually essentially imagining it being cut out of the paper and being placed on top of the other one, okay? Which is not a standard proving method. It's fine. It's way too much work, okay? But we have to do it for the first few so we then can just start using SAS.
So theorem 1 is a proof?
You have to prove your theorems.
Oh, so to do like the construction and the proof.
But they're
The-
theorems, they don't need to be proved.
That's the whole point of theorems. We need to prove them. It's kind of how this works. All right, moving on. So, look in your book. We're on page 32. Page 32. Your proofs are in your supplement. I'm sorry, I said book. Your supplement. Okay, and the proofs will be there. And occasionally I'll do them potentially on a board, maybe. I don't know how that's going to work. Or I'll just switch to a camera and fill them in that way. Okay, so we'll figure that out. But for right now, look in your supplement. This proof has been done for you. It's also on page 47 of your text. The only difference between the way the text does it and the way I do it is I tend to be more consistent in how I word things from proof to proof. So we'll be saying the same thing, but I'll say it the same way every time. And then, more importantly, I abbreviate the fire out of the reasons because no one needs to write that much. Seriously. Okay? So I abbreviate like I'm trying to save a ton of space in a paper book. Okay, anyway. So, number 1. All right? Your first statement in any proof will always be your given restated. Okay? So, number 1, you'll notice I've written triangle ABC and triangle DEF with angle A equal to angle D, AB equal to DE, and AC equals DF. My reason is because that was handed to me. Except I say given because it's shorter. Okay, does that make sense? Yeah. Step 1 should always be filled in your proofs because even if you don't know what else to do, you can at least get that point. All right? Step 2. I'm going to place triangle ABC onto triangle DEF so that A falls on D. So I'm going to put it so that I'm going to line up the corners. Okay? So I'm moving triangle A, and I'm going to put it on triangle D, and I'm going to line up the corners on A and D. Does that make sense? Not only am I going to do that, I'm going to make it where side AB falls alongside DE. And so I'm going to lay it on D to where I am not only on this point, but this line is on this line. That is as much as I can say for sure. And then I have to prove that everything else lines up. But yes, we're essentially making everything line up because if you can be made to coincide throughout, it's congruent. That's the definition of congruent. So I'm stuck using the definition. We don't have any theorems yet. There is no theorem 0. There is no theorem -1 for me to pull through and try to make this proof easier. I have to go from scratch. Okay? Again, you guys won't normally have to do this because after this one, hey, at least you'll have theorem 1.
Oh, yeah, it's like theorem
You see what I'm doing here? Okay, it's going to build on itself. Yes. You got 3 minutes. You can wait. Okay.
Oh, for real? Hooray!
All right. So AC must follow along DF. Okay, basically I'm saying this side will end up lining up on this side even though I didn't make it. And the reasoning there is because by definition of equal angles, my sides have to line up. Because angle A equals angle D.
Wait, you know in the book it has definition of equal equal? If we were doing it, could we put definition of equal angles, or would we have to write out the whole thing?
Notice on the supplement, all I wrote was definition of equal angles in the supplement.
Is it just me?
Yeah, that's fine.
So that's all I was put.
Yeah.
This seems like an option.
Actually, realistically, on that one, I wouldn't have even written out that much, except it's faster to type. I would have written DEF period of the equal sign angle symbol S, and like that would have been it. Okay, because you write it as short as possible, to where you're proving it, but you're not killing your hand. Okay, number 4. I have to know what you mean, so we have a standard we'll go through.
That's what I was figuring out was the def and if I
Yeah.
could do that.
Okay, give me a minute. Number 4, point B must then coincide with point E, and point C must coincide with point F, because they're equal line segments, so by definition they coincide.
In the book you put CE must coincide with F. Is that right?
That's number 5. I'm getting there. Step 5, CB must coincide with FE, because through 2 given points, one and only one straight line can be drawn. And if B is on E and C is on F, then that line must be coinciding as well. Does that make sense? And so since I've just made it to coincide everywhere throughout, my 2 triangles are now equal. Or sorry, congruent. They're congruent. Which is equal, but not only equal. We discussed that. All right, so there we go. That was the first proof. All right, any questions on the proof?
Here's my question. I was gonna ask.
Yes.
How many theorems are there?
Yes.
And will they all like go on top of each other?
Not like theorem 80 doesn't need theorems 1 through 79 in its proof, if that's what you're asking.
Okay.
It's just you can pull any of those theorems 1 through 79. So you can use any of those theorems you've previously proven to help you. The more math you know, the easier math gets. That's how that works.
Oh.
There we go.
That type of thing.
All right, any other last minute questions?
Will we have to write the statements, or will they already be there for us?
For right now, you'll have fill in the blank. It'll be one side or the other. We'll get there, okay? And then eventually it'll get to the point where you guys will basically ask me to stop giving you fill in the blank and let you just do it on your own, because that's how the brain works.
Why would we be asking you to do that? I don't think I'll ever ask you to do that.
Because following someone else's train of thought is a lot harder than just creating your own. So when you're first learning proofs, it's really helpful, and then at some point you guys will be like, just let us loose, and then I will.
I sincerely don't.
All right, distance learners, I will see you guys. And
Shh. Time to be quiet. Okay, good almost afternoon. DLs, I'm just waiting. Gabby went to make some copies for me, so I wanted to make sure she got back before we started. So just gonna hang just a little bit, a couple minutes here. Shh. Class, time to be quiet for a minute, okay? As I just told the DLs, Amethyst, that's enough. That's enough. That whole corner, that's enough. As I told the DLs just now, Gabby went to make some copies for me, and so I'm waiting for her to get back before we proceed on. Okay.
Why does she want to?
Good note.
Okay. Okay, Gabby's back. So here is. Thank you. Did you get them? Okay. Okay, so take out a piece of paper. Hey, 9th grade, 10th grade in the corner. Last verbal warning. Here's your quiz, reading quiz. Deals, hopefully you see that. Okay, I think you do. Well, I don't know why we're talking. You just get out a piece of paper. Okay.
Dracula.
No, I'll be Dracula.
You should be a scientist. You be a good Dracula.
You should dress up as
Santa
whatever
Claus,
his name
yeah?
is, Galileo.
Oh, you should be Santa Claus, Mr. Brown.
You should dress up as Galileo.
Wrong holiday, Douglas.
I bought all the Hannah Montana.
Because you already,
What is talking blood?
you're already a scientist.
Okay, anybody not? Shh. Reel it. Hey, reel it back in. Anybody not finished?
I guess. Like,
Okay, here's your answers. One, 5, and 6 are false. Okay.
You should totally take everyone out one time, put false for all of them.
Oh, you should.
Okay, let me get these scores. Can I talk? Can I hear?
Yeah.
Then stop talking and making noise. Jaden? Derek? Isaac? Adam? 4? Yes. Amethyst? Austin?
8.
Maya? 6?
I got 8 correct.
Jeremiah? 6? Savannah? Doug? Sophia? 8? Yeah. Lelina? Adrian? Gabby? Gab? Lacey? 5? Okay. Jesse? Ricky? Avery? 8? 7? Okay, DLs, just text me how many you got right. Okay, so I can have that, get it written down. Ricky, come here. Take these to Mr. G.
Where's Mr. G, man?
He was sitting up on the bench on the front of the, okay? And that's for both boys, okay? The note is, okay? Okay, yes, sir.
What does the reading quiz of that, like what percentage is our grade?
It's not a percentage, it goes for extra credit on your homework. Right now, okay? So the next homework assignment, I'll add your points to it.
So if I got you, when I said 8, that's 8 points of credit. When I get 100, I still get those 8 points?
Well, you get 8 points. 1 point for every correct answer.
Oh, for every correct answer I get is 8 points.
It's 8 point, yeah.
So it's very good.
And so on the next assignment, if you get a 92 and you got 8 points, then you'd get 100 on that assignment.
So it's good to do good on these.
Yeah? It helps you. Okay. Shh. Let's get into this, okay? Let's do a quick review first. So what law states that for every action there's an equal and opposite reaction?
That's the second.
Third law.
Second.
What?
Third law.
Third law. Newton's third law of motion. Doug? Yes. You'll miss the review, but that's it. Okay. Shh. Derek, turn around, please. What kind of force shoves an object in the opposite direction away from its source? Adrian, what's the answer? No. That's what causes it to stop. Thrust. Okay. What is the resultant of adding the individual forces on an object through vector addition? One of the last things we talked about. Net force. What kind of diagram represents an object and the forces on it without considering the causes of the forces or the reaction forces exerted by the object?
Free body. Mr. Brown.
Huh?
Free body. I got
Free body.
fundraiser and picture day reminders.
Pass them out.
Alright.
Okay. Free body diagram. Shh. 10th grade, quiet. What law states that any two objects attract each other through gravitational force? What law? Answers in the question. Universal gravitation. Okay. What is the attractive force between all material objects? Attractive force is the key words. What'd you say?
I said attraction.
Nope. Gravitational force. Okay. Next question. What is the constant of proportionality in the universal law of gravitation? The answer's in the question.
Proportion.
No.
Universal. Constant.
Gravitational constant.
It's gravitation.
Next question. What is the amount of gravitational force exerted on an object by the Earth or another celestial body? Hey, guys, these review questions are for you, not for me. So let's pay attention, okay? So what is the amount of gravitational force exerted on an object by the Earth or another celestial body? It is not gravity. Who said it? It's weight. What is a falling with no effect from forces other than gravity? What is falling? It's free falling. What is an effective constant rate at which an object is free fall accelerates?
9.81 meters per second.
What? What? No.
9.81.
What is an effective constant?
Every second, something goes down 9.8
No.
meters a second squared.
The farther you go or the closer to Earth, what happens?
The more you speed up.
The acceleration of gravity kicks in. What is the velocity at which the magnitude of drag equals an object's weight, stopping the object from speeding up? Keyword there is stopping.
Friction.
What T word did we talk about? Terminal velocity. Okay?
Oh, yeah, 'cause
Okay. Next question. What is the force that causes an object in circular motion to travel in a curved path rather than a straight line?
centrifugal force.
Centripetal. Okay?
Get it first.
So, what is the reaction force to the centripetal force? Centrifugal. Okay. Okay, let's get into today. Pendulum. Shh. The pendulum. It's an object that hangs from a fixed point and swings back and forth because of gravity. Okay? So, if Jeremiah was to come up here, can't do it, but if he was to come up here, and then we had, no, can't be in this one, and then we had, which gentleman would you like to choose? Ricky, okay. So sit down. If Jeremiah was to come up here, turn Ricky upside down and so holding on his feet, okay? Lifting him up because Jeremiah is that strong, okay? And then taking Ricky and swinging him back and forth. That would be a human pendulum. As long as the pendulum travels, okay, the amplitude is small. The period or the time for one complete swing depends only on the length of the pendulum. Okay? So the length of the swing just depends upon the amount of the swing depends upon the length of the pendulum. With this, you got friction that develops. Friction is the resistance arising to an object's motion through a fluid or a crossed surface. Okay? So, wish that was a chalkboard. Okay? Just rubbing your table with your hand, you're going to cause friction. Every time you write on your paper, your pen, pencil, or whatever utensil is causing friction. Okay? Taking this and sliding it, that's friction because it's kind of hard to push in a way, difficult. Because of the friction that's going on between the shelf unit and the table. Okay? If we were to take like that commercial, okay, where you've got the guy on a finger, the face on a finger, and they're pushing him all over the place. That would be a facial friction process, okay? But you're doing friction every moment of the day, okay? As you walk, your feet are causing friction, okay? And that's what wears out your soles. So friction, less, because if you put water underneath or some kind of a liquid, Austin, was that you?
Yeah, I gave it back to him. He tossed it to me, so I gave it back to him.
I was just playing with it and then
Oh, just playing with it. Okay. Okay, to answer your question, can you create friction less? Yes. By putting some kind of a barrier in between the two objects, which would make it slide, okay? But there's still some friction involved.
Because if you slide on it, then you create friction on that surface though.
If you what?
So you said you would put something
Amethyst, that's one.
you would put something like, let's say you have wood, like in bowling alley. You have like the wood and then you have like the oil on top to make it frictionless. But wouldn't you still be creating friction on that oil?
Yes.
So
But it's less friction. Friction less, not friction zero.
okay.
Okay?
Oh, okay. I get it now.
You want to? Can we stop the conversation back there? Okay, so we have this little illustration here. Pushing a box across the floor does not require overcoming the gravitational force because the box is moving horizontally. Okay? Gravitational force is pulling down on something. Friction is stopping it. Okay? But if I was to lift up, then you got the gravitational force kicking in, okay, because it's pulling down, okay?
So
Austin.
It's better to lift something up when you're lifting something or pushing it.
Say it again.
So is it better to lift something up or push it?
Depends upon the weight of the object and how much force you can put behind the object, okay? If you're strong enough to lift it, then maybe lift it. But depends upon the surface that it is, okay? Depending upon the surface, depends upon the amount of friction that gets developed, okay? The desk, if this desk was on a wood floor, then it would be a little bit easier to push even though it's a very heavy desk. On the carpet, it's almost impossible to push without something underneath the feet, the legs, okay? So it all depends upon some constants in there, okay? The box should continue moving horizontally in the same direction and speed up if no force acts upon it to slow. That should be SLOW, slow down. Okay? So, that box, this shelf thing that I've got on the desk, you guys can't see it at home, but if I'm pushing it, it should slide, but what's keeping it from sliding is that friction, okay? It's stopping it from going in the same direction. So there's two fundamental causes of friction. They are attraction and repulsion. Attraction is the friction in which two surfaces close together attract each other and form a temporary but weak bond. Okay? This illustration, we've all done this. Okay? We've taken a balloon and created static electricity with our hair, creating the hair to stick to the balloon. Okay? But since it is a weak bond between the hair and the balloon, allows you to pull the balloon away and the hair falls back down into some sort of normality. Okay? It may be a little frizzed, okay, but it's forming a weak bond. That's attraction. Repulsion, on the other hand, is like the microscopic irregularities in the sliding surfaces which stop the movement. Okay? So here you've got the green arrows indicate magnetic force. Okay? If you take two magnets, putting them together, some sides of it are going to attract each other. They're going to pull together. Okay? Forming a somewhat weak bond because you can be able to pull them apart. But on the other hand, repulsion is putting two ends of magnets together that don't like to be together. Okay? So that's the repulsion part. And when repulsion with magnets happens, we could add a third one here and call it rotation. Because generally what happens when you put two magnets of the same side together, it's going to, if you don't have control of one, it's going to flip, rotate the other magnet so that the opposite can get attracted. But attraction and repulsion are the two fundamental causes of friction. Here's some types of friction. Kinetic friction. Kinetic motion is things in motion. Okay? Kinetic means moving. So kinetic friction is friction on a moving object. Okay? This guy is pushing this box on the floor. He's causing friction. Okay? Kinetic friction. Pushing against it. Okay? So this police car or any car on a road is having kinetic friction because the tires are touching the road, and as the tires are touching the road, there's friction. That friction is what's wearing out your tires. Okay? And one of these days, guys, probably girls too, when you get your own car, you're going to want to try. I know you will. I know you will. Okay? You're going to want to try and at a stop sign or at a stopping position, you are going to, especially if you have a stick shift, okay, you are going to push in the clutch, okay, and then you are going to push on the gas pedal, and you are going to rev that engine, okay, and then you are going to release your clutch quickly, which is going to cause your back wheels, or if you have a front wheel drive, that's kind of hard, that's bad, dangerous too. Releasing that clutch is causing your wheels to kick in. accelerate, causing kinetic friction and burning rubber. Okay? And then you have to go buy new tires sooner than you want to. Okay? So every time I see somebody or I see evidence of somebody doing donuts, we used to call them cookies, but doing donuts in the middle of the road, and you see these black marks in a circle, that's because someone did what I just described, okay? And they burned their rubber on their tires, okay, as they're making that circle, causing kinetic friction as they made the circle. Second one, static friction, okay? Again, you've got the same guy pushing a box across the floor. It's causing the static friction that develops. When you push something across the floor, what happens? The dust or the particles from the rug. Okay? Can we stop talking? I don't know how many times I need to say it, guys, without giving you demerits. What usually happens is if when you're walking across the floor and you have pants or socks or shoes, whatever, and they're scraping along the floor, what usually comes up from the floor? The dust, okay, or the carpet fibers, and they get on the bottom of your pants, they get on the the soles of your shoes. That's called static friction, okay? Friction that keeps an object from moving. As you are stepping, amethyst, that's 2. One more, you got a demerit. As you are walking across the floor, you're creating a static friction because the floor is wanting to stop you from walking. Okay? You've got the balloon aspect again. The static friction from the balloon causing your hair to connect to the balloon. Rolling friction. Okay? Friction that affects rolling objects. Okay, so a car, as we've talked about, just rolls down the road. You're driving down the road, you've got a rolling friction going on. Okay? It's pushing, the tires as they're rolling, is pushing the vehicle forward. Okay? Or pulling it forward, however you want to look at it. Okay? Rolling down a slide like this ball. That's the rolling friction. Okay? The friction is wanting to cause that ball to stop or slow down. But because of the angle of the slide, it's going to go, but eventually it will. But it's not going to allow it to go fast enough to cause a problem because of the rolling friction. Friction depends upon the weight of the object and the nature of the surfaces in contact. Okay? So, heavier objects are going to create maybe less friction because they're going to be harder to move. The type of object, like I said, moving this desk on this carpet is really tough, so there's going to be less friction involved. Okay? Or you could look at it from the other side of it. Because it's heavy, there's going to be more friction if I do get it to move. Okay? So what the effects of surfaces expressed using unitless values called coefficients of friction. They are symbolized by the Greek letter mu. Okay? The formula for this is kinetic friction force equals the coefficients of kinetic friction times the weight, or F mu equals mu kinetic force weight times force weight. Okay? A little bit of geometry in there, that problem. Okay? Mr. S would be proud of you for listening to that.
Good thing I'm not a geometry.
If the force of kinetic, if the force of a sliding, the force moving a sliding object drops below the force of kinetic friction, friction slows and eventually stops the object's motion. Okay? Adrian, that's one. So, go back to the ball on a slide. If the ball was not rolling, or if, let's just say you took a box instead of a ball, because a ball would roll easily. You take a box and slide it down the slide, it may not make it all the way down the slide. Because in this case, the friction, okay, the sliding of the object dropped below the force of this friction. And the friction caused the box to stop moving. Okay? So here's that formula. Static friction and force. It's the same one. Okay? Only you're just changing force to static friction. Okay? So in most surface combinations, the coefficients of static friction is greater than the coefficients of kinetic because it's causing it to stop. So here's some examples. A 22 Newton wood chair is pushed across a hardwood floor. The coefficient of kinetic friction for wood on wood is 0.40. What's the minimum force, Doug, that must be applied to keep the chair moving, Doug? Following that formula right there, you would come up with 8.8 newtons. Okay? So to keep the chair moving, a force of at least 8.8 newtons must be applied to the chair to overcome the friction. Okay? So anything less than the chair's 22 Newton weight, which is the force required to lift the chair. Okay? A greater force will cause the acceleration or it to move quicker. Example 2, or B. The coefficient of static friction for wood is 60, or 0.60. What force is required to begin sliding the chair? Put your formula in there with static friction. 60 times 22 newtons. Coming up with 13.2 newtons, or rounding that in sig figs to 13. Okay? So, get this down for your homework, which is due Friday. 3.3. And reading pages 60 to 70. Okay? This is section 3.3. Under application number 2, you're going to use that formula, D equals 1/2 GT squared. Okay? DLs, if you need to take a picture or write this down, that's fine too. But if you want to take a picture, or if anybody else wants to take a picture before it goes off the screen, that way you can have it, okay, for future reference when you go home. Application 3, you're going to use the formula F for kinetic friction equals mu, or mu kinetic force weight. Okay, force of the weight. So get those down, and that should help you with solving your application problems for 3.3. Once again, this homework is due on Friday, okay, since tonight's Wednesday. Okay? Any questions right now? DLs? Any questions you want to ask me? Okay. I understand that. No problem. Okay. 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 that's going to conclude today. So DLs, have a great afternoon. Tune in tomorrow for another saga of matter and energy. See ya.
All right, oh, why? Who puts the screen on there? All right, let's get started with Algebra 1. Algebra 1, we're in 2.4, clearing fractions. We're on page 59. Page 59. So, real quickly, here's example A. Now, I don't know about you guys, but to me, this looks like a bit of a mess. Okay? I don't want to go through and be dealing with fractions the entire time I'm solving an equation. Final warning. Either silence, out, or demerits. Thank you. Now, with that, okay, we can actually take a step before we take our normal first step to help us out here. Okay? So, let's look at this. What would be my least common denominator? 8. Okay? 8 is the largest one. Everything goes into 8, so we can just use 8. Okay, so instead of making equivalent fractions like I would normally to add fractions together, I'm just going to multiply both sides by 8 and get rid of them completely. Because I can. Where's my cursor? There we go. Okay? So I'm going to multiply both sides of my fraction, the entire sides, by 8. Does that make sense? Okay? And what that's going to do, remember, this 8 is going to get distributed to every term. Right? What that's going to let us do is it's going to let us go through and completely remove fractions. So I'm going to show the distribution step. I don't normally, okay? But I'm going to show it so you guys can see clearly what happens, okay? So what we're going to have is we're going to have 8 over 1 times 5x over 8. We're going to have 8 over 1 times 1 over 4. And then we're going to have 4 times 8. All right? None of that should have been news. That's just me writing it out. Now watch what's going to happen. How many times does 8 go into 8? How many times does 4 go into 8? 2. So this is a 2. All right. So 1 times 5x is 5x. 2 times 1 is 2. And 4 times 8 is 32. This looks a lot more manageable, doesn't it?
Oh my god, yeah, that was easy. That was dummy easy.
Okay? Y'all follow me? Okay, now let's review what we talked about yesterday. There's no reason to be shouting in my class. None. None at all. Now, with that in mind, let's review what we talked about yesterday. Which is better to do first? The multiplication, get rid of, or get rid of the addition? Because I have two things being done to x. I have addition and multiplication. Which one's easier to unwrap first? The addition. We want to get rid of the addition first so we don't end up with fractions that we just got rid of. Okay? So let's go through and handle that. Okay? So we're going to subtract 2 from both sides. And I get 5x is equal to 30. All right, makes sense? So far, so good? Now, how do I get rid of that 5? We're going to divide both sides by 5. So I'm going to divide this by 5, divide this by 5, and x is equal to 6. All right, does that make sense? Getting there? Okay, now let's go through and check it, just to make sure. If I plug in 5 times 6 over 8, we always go back to the original. Plus 1 over 4 equals 4. Okay, well 5 times 6 is? Class, thank you. Well, I can reduce 30 over 8, right? So I can get 15 over 4. Hey, look at that. That also gives me common denominators. What's 15 plus 1? Is 16 fourths equal to 4? Yes, so it worked. Yeah, 4 goes into 16 4 times, exactly. All right, so there's our check. All right, makes sense? Okay, making a little more sense connecting all the pieces from yesterday too? All right.
Why do we do the negative? I forgot why we do this.
What negative where?
Like -2.
We're undoing the addition of 2. So we're subtracting 2 and we're doing that to both sides. Does that make sense? If I added 2, then I'd have plus 4 and that doesn't help me. Does that make sense? So I want to get it to where I'm adding 0 essentially. Ladies. All right, let's go on to the next one. Example B. I have y over 6 plus y over 2 is equal to 10/3. So let me ask you this. Do I have a common denominator? No. Okay, what's my biggest number? Or biggest denominator? 6. Does everything else go into 6? Sweet, that's my least common denominator. Okay, so we're going to multiply everything by 6. Okay, and keep in mind that when we cancel, this essentially resets for the second term because it's going to each term by itself. Does that make sense? Least common denominator. Okay. So remain untouched for the second fraction, and I showed y back in example A. If we look here, that does that make sense? But I'm just combining the steps. Yes.
Okay, so if you didn't have a common denominator, like you have 10 over 3 on the right side.
Yeah.
What if you had 10 over 4 on the right side?
Then you would have to go up to 12.
Okay. I was gonna say because like you can't just put a 6 over there. 'Cause,
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, so why do you put the 6 over 1 on?
Because that's what we're doing. I'm going to throw a 1 down here too. 6 is 6 over 1. They're the same thing. Yeah.
No, but like, why did you put it? Like, why are we dividing? Or
To get rid of the fractions.
oh.
That's the whole goal. All right. Then 2 goes into 6 3 times, so I have 3y. Does that make sense? Okay, because there's still a 3 left in the numerator after we cancel. 2 goes into 6 3 times. Okay. Then 3 goes into 6 2 times. 2 times 10 is? Yep. All right, so now this got a lot easier. I don't even have to do anything here yet. I'm just going to go ahead and combine those to make 4y. Do we see why that's 4y?
Yeah.
Okay? Because if I have 3y and I add another y, I get 4. All right?
Explain it to me, like, 'cause I didn't understand.
Yeah, basically. Yep. All right, now we're going to divide both sides by 4 because there's no addition to take care of. So y is equal to 5. Okay, these get a lot easier once you get rid of the fractions. Now, sometimes fractions will come back. Does it do that in this one? No. Fractions do sometimes make their way back into the problem. That's fine for fractions as the answer. We just want to get rid of them at the beginning so we don't have to touch them until the very end. Does that make sense? You may still get a fractional answer. That's fine. They're perfectly allowed. All right, let's go on to example C. All right, so I only have one fraction in here. So what am I going to multiply by? 3. Okay, so I'm going to multiply both sides by 3, or 3 over 1. So that way we can clear fractions, put it away. So if I would take this, the 3's cancel, and we get x plus 1. And the 3 still gets distributed, negative 3x. And this is equal to 9. All right, so far so good? All right, then we go through and combine like terms. So x minus 3x is? Negative 2x. So I have negative 2x plus 1 is equal to 9. How do I get rid of this plus 1? Yep, we go ahead and subtract 1. So negative 1, negative 1. We end up with negative 2x is equal to 8. All right? Now, how do I get rid of the negative 2? Divide. So let's go through and divide. So we'll divide by negative 2. And so I get x is equal to what? Nope. Negative 4. It's division. All right. Any questions on this one? Exercise B? Let's see here. Yes? Because what's happening, let me make sure I'm in a different color. 3 goes into 6 2 times. 2 times 10 is 20.
Oh, okay. I was so confused on that.
All right. Any others?
So when you're just multiplying, you're just adding the fraction, so you can go like for the last one
Right.
that she asked the question about.
Okay, let's go back to B because apparently there's a few of those. Yes.
So you're just gonna make the 6 a fraction, right?
Oh, the fact that I'm making it 6 over 1?
Yeah.
That's just so that way it's clearly in the numerator. That's it. All right, let's look at example D. Again, this one looks super messy, but I have a pretty easy way of dealing with this. What am I dealing with this? What am I going to multiply by? 6, because that's my least common denominator. I've got 2 and 3, so I can multiply the entire equation by 6. And 6 over 1 over here, because I got fractions on that side. All right, 2 goes into 6 how many times? 3. So I'm going to multiply this top bit by 3. So 3 times 3x is? Okay, let me show the distribution because I think you guys are getting confused by not seeing the individual steps. Okay, so I'm going to have 6 over 1 times 3x minus 1 all over 2 plus 6 over 1 times 4x plus 3 all over 3. This is equal to negative 48 because I'm not going to keep writing that. All right, make sense? Okay, so now we have 2 goes into 6 3 times. This 3 gets distributed to its parentheses. Okay, so we get 9x it's minus 3. 3 times 1 is 3. Where's undo? Why does Control Z not work?
Wait, but why do you take out 3 from the 6 though?
We're canceling. We're multiplying fractions. Okay, does that make sense? You got it? Cool.
Yeah.
All right, so then 3 goes into 6 2 times. So now we're going to distribute this 2 to every term. So 2 times 4x is 8x plus 6, 2 times 3. Okay, now we can combine like terms. 9x plus 8x is 17x. And then negative 3 plus 6, positive 3. Because the 6 is bigger. So its sign wins. And this is equal to negative 48. How do I get rid of this positive 3? So we're going to subtract 3 from both sides. And we get negative 51. Keep in mind that the signs are the same. Does that make sense? So it gets more negative. If I owe someone $48 and borrow 3 more, I now owe them $51. All right, and then we have 17x. So now we can go ahead and divide both sides by 17. And turns out that actually does work out evenly. And I'm going to come over here because I'm out of room. Okay, 17 goes into 51 exactly 3 times. So this is negative 3. Yeah, what else are you going to do with it? And I don't mean that sarcastically. Like, how else would we deal with it? All right, does that make sense? Is solving equations becoming a little bit less scary now? Ish. Okay. Today's homework is to do practice 2.4 blue. Hey, it's Wednesday. Do classwork. Your classwork is practice 2.4 blue.
We should not have any
Well, Mr.
classes
Can I ask
if
you
we
those
got
questions
there.
earlier?
No. What?
Can I ask you those questions earlier?
Yes, give me just a minute. All right, any other questions over this? There is no homework. It's Wednesday. I forgot. So your classwork is just a practice blue. All right? All right, distance learners, I'll see you guys later.
Okay, buenas tardes. Everyone take out a sheet of paper.
No, she erased it.
She erased it. Okay, go ahead, take out your sheet of paper. Okay, before we take it, let's say it all together. Let's say our verse. Efesios 4, 5 y 6. Todos y por todos y en todos. Okay. Put your verse away. Put your verse away. Okay, write your name, the date, and make sure you don't forget the reference. Yes. Yes. Efesios? You should know. Just like it sounds. In Spanish, everything's written just like it sounds.
You have to write the little squiggly line on top of the end.
Mm-hmm. Otherwise, it's going to say tenor. Doesn't make sense. I have to leave early today. Okay. Are you guys taking the quiz? Who's still working? Sure. What are these? Oh. If you're done, turn your paper around, okay? Okay, one more minute. just turn the paper around. Okay, go ahead and exchange it with person behind you or in front of you.
Try to give it to Ellie.
Yeah. Okay, write your name graded by. Use a different color pencil or, pen. Okay. Efesios 4, 5 al 6. Okay, check to, they should have the reference. Okay, I'm going to read it for you, okay? Un Señor, una fe, un bautismo, un Dios y Padre de todos, el cual es sobre todos y por todos y en todos.
I missed half the verse. I missed the block right there. I missed this part.
No, that's just the added words. Really?
No, it's not. Yeah, it's not right.
In between everyone.
No.
I think I
Just, he only has a reference, so.
If they added more words to it, is that off or?
Yeah, that's off.
Okay.
Okay, there shouldn't be any words added. If there's words missing, then you mark them wrong. I'm still going to look over them. Okay, pass those to, pass it towards the middle aisle. I'll check it. Can you just mark it here?
I missed I studied the wrong version, so I added 15 words. Sorry, Ricky.
Okay, take out your books. Go to No, I'll do that. No, it's not just one.
I only got the reference.
Yeah, on the bottom, just put.
That's all I got, the reference.
Here you go. Adrian.
Oh my god.
I added mine. So I added 50 words. That's what you get for doing that. That wasn't even me. It wasn't Casper. I freaking saw it. What's your alibi then?
Thank you. Is this all from this section?
Yep.
Thank you. Just mark it, yeah, the A. I'll put the grade, but just mark one wrong. Yeah. Mark what? 1, 2, 3, 4. So -4. -4. Okay, take out your books. Go to the greetings. The first thing we studied, our first Spanish lesson. So that should be the greetings. Yes. Okay, everyone, listen up. I have to leave early today, so please go ahead and go to your books. Okay, I'm going to say the greetings in English. You say them in Spanish, okay? We're going to do a short review as fast as we can, okay? Good morning, mister. How are you? Very fine. Good afternoon, Mrs. How is your father? ¿Cómo está? Su padre. Good evening, miss. How is your mother? Hi. How is your family? Hey. What's new? Nothing much. Better. Ill. So-so. What's your name? What is it? My name is? Me llamo. Goodbye. What's your father's name? What's your mother's name? What's your friend's name? It's a pleasure. El gusto es mío. How do you write? How do you say? How do you pronounce? How do you translate? What does it mean? I don't understand. Yo no comprendo. I can't. I don't remember. Se me olvidó. Okay. Please. Please. Wait a moment. Thank you. All right. So, all right, and number 12 is está bien. You're welcome. Never mind. Repeat. Again. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Perdón, lo siento, okay? Okay. This is different. Let's go to page 13. These ones will come in the test. So this one you should be studying. So the teacher, there's two ways of saying it in Spanish. Say the masculine way. El profesor. Say it feminine. The classmate. Masculine. El alumno o el compañero. But you can use both, okay? The feminine way. What is it? La alumna. Okay. I'm going to read your test. We're going to review it really quick. You can't be taking notes. We're just going to go over it, okay? Okay, number 1, it says, choose the correct gender for each noun listed below, okay? Listen carefully, okay? Number 1, madre. Feminine or masculine? Feminine. Periódico. El periódico. Masculine. El profesor. El director. La muchacha. Okay. Articles. Choose the correct article for the noun. Write the answer in the blanks. You'll do that eventually. Señora. Is it la o el? Insecto. El o la? Revista. Una o un? Padre. La o el? Borrador. Un or una? What is it? Un. Lápiz. Una, un. Un lápiz. Okay. Choose the phrase which is written correctly. Siete o ocho. Siete u ocho. Okay, so this one's either o or u. Siete u ocho, siete o ocho. So when they can't be two vowels together, so you'll use the one that is different, okay? The one vowel that is different, so that's a clue. If there is like 20 y and then the word starts with the e again or an I, pick the one that doesn't have the same vowel next to it, okay? No el lápiz, sino la pluma. No el lápiz, pero la pluma. Sino la pluma, okay? El lápiz es la pluma. El lápiz y la pluma. Y la pluma, okay? Match the English words on the right with the correct Spanish word. Secretaria. Secretary. Profesora. Teacher. Revista. Magazine. Revista, magazine. Periódico. Okay, periódico. Newspaper. Borrador. Borrador, and this one is chalk eraser. Goma. Palabra. What's palabra? Dibujo. Tiza. Bolígrafo. Cinta. Tarea. Libro. Disco. Record. Cuaderno. What is it? Notebook. Tomorrow will be. Translated to Spanish. Mañana. Mañana será. And make sure you put whatever it says. If it's a Saturday, Thursday, it'll tell it in your test. Yesterday was Thursday. Today is Friday. 29. How do you pronounce? Okay, all of these are coming in your test, just FYI. Here's a true and false. To make a sentence negative, you place no directly after the verb. What is it? Right after the subject. So it goes between the subject and the verb. Okay? To make a statement negative, you simply place no directly before S or in between the sentence. True or false? True. Okay. Your test will be on Friday. I will be bringing those. For tonight, just really study your vocabulary because there's a lot of those in them. Make sure you study specifically the ones I gave you. If I gave you copies, you should have those. You need to be studying them. Study your verses too. that both that you study, because the next quiz is going to be, they're going to be accumulative or cumulative. I think that's the word. So every time we're going to be doing verse quiz, you're going to be writing the verse that you learned before that one, and that's how it's going to go. So it's going to be adding up, okay? That's going to be it for today. I had to go back to my classroom, but go ahead and study your vocabulary words, study the notes that we took about negative sentences, and the ones that you already highlight. The ones that we highlight and that we did on Tuesday, we're not necessarily going to go over them on the test, but the negative sentence we will, okay?